CTMX. CELU. SMCI.
Coin.
CONL. VMAR. Kang.
EMKR, MCOR is halted for news. Echo Michael Kilo Romeo, halted pending news.
CIFR. UVIX. LICY. LCID. VMAR. LICY. Kang. Shrug. LICY. 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 SMCI. Duo. BIVI. OKLO. OKLO. SMCI, VMAR. OKLO.
DFLI.
SMR. Shrug.
PWP, Perella Weinberg Partners, reported 24
INOD.
cents.
OKLO.
The estimate was 18 cents for PWP, Papa Whiskey Papa.
SMCI. SMR. UPST. OCGN. LICY. UPST. UPST.
XERS. XERS.
GB.
BLMN, Bloomin'
CELU.
Brands, reporting
Go.
adjusted earnings of 21 cents. That's a penny beat for Bravo Lima Michael November, BLMN.
ADCT.
PARA, Paramount Global,
Sony.
reporting 49 cents. The estimate was 24 cents. Revenue of 6.73 billion.
API.
The estimate 6.95 billion. That's a beat on earnings, a miss on revenue for PARA.
DATS.
FLO, Flowers Foods, reporting adjusted earnings of 33 cents. That's a 4-cent beat. Sales of 1.9
SMCI.
1.19 billion. The estimate was 1.2 billion, so that's just short for Foxtrot Lima Oscar on
SMCI.
sales, and a beat on earnings, Foxtrot Lima Oscar.
ICCM.
EMKR, Velocity One, signs merger agreement with MCOR.
ADCT.
That's
OKLO.
Echo Michael Kilo Romeo. EMKR shares were halted.
OKLO.
TIVC.
ICCM. OKLO. LICY. LICY. Docs. Watch the spread.
UMAC. AZI.
Docs. Watch the spread. LCID. LICY. LICY. Docs. Big spread. LICY. LICY. LICY.
TIVC. TIVC.
LICY. UPST. DXYZ. Sony. GB. GB. GCT. OCGN. DXYZ. Big spread. MDU. Watch the spread.
MDU.
DXYZ. MDU. Watch the spread. LICY. LICY.
APYX.
LICY. LICY. Docs. Watch the spread. LICY. ETHU. CONL.
RIGL.
Sony. ICCM. BAC. Sony.
RIGL.
Open. LICY. LICY. ETHU. Sony. LICY.
Sony.
Sony. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
Fly.
VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
WBTN. Sony.
TNYA. Open. VMAR. 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 VMAR.
VMAR,
VMAR. 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 VMAR.
Sony,
SMCI. UPST. Big spread. ACHR.
RDFN,
UPST. Big spread. Duo.
WBTN,
OKLO. VMAR.
OM,
VMAR.
WBTN,
SMCI.
WBTN,
VMAR. VMAR.
WBTN,
VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
WBTN,
OKLO. VMAR. RIVN. LCID. Sony.
NRG, NRG,
WBTN.
Energy.
FFIE.
Reported a loss of $3.79. Revenue 7.22 billion.
VMAR.
The estimate was 9.38 billion.
VMAR,
VMAR. OKLO. GV. FFIE. GV. VMAR. LICY. GV. VMAR,
NRG adjusted was $1.90 in earnings. The estimate was $2 on NRG, November Romeo Golf. Company increasing its share buyback to $925 million. That's NRG.
LICY, VMAR,
RDFN,
VMAR, VMAR,
OM,
UPST. Watch the spread. UPST. Big spread. VMAR.
UI
VMAR.
Ubiquity reporting $2.14.
GV.
RIGL,
Revenue of $550 million. The estimate was $1.63, so that's a
GV.
beat for Uniform India.
GV. VMAR. OCGN.
BAX Baxter reporting 80 cents. The estimate was 78 cents for Bravo Alpha X-Ray. Revenue 2.699 billion. The estimate was 3.847 billion.
GV.
Said does not yet have a
VMAR.
timeline for when North Cove production will be
VMAR.
fully restored to pre-hurricane levels.
VMAR.
That's BAX.
VMAR.
Bravo Alpha X-Ray.
VMAR. VMAR.
VMAR shares getting a pop here. Victor Michael Alpha Romeo. Company announced that it had regained compliance with the NASDAQ, or reported that it regained compliance with the NASDAQ listing rules. That's Victor Michael Alpha Romeo.
VMAR. VMAR.
HTCO,
SMCI. ETHU. SMCI. VMAR. GV. PBI.
MDU, VMAR, VMAR,
VMAR. 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 UPST. Big spread. LICY.
HSHP,
LICY. PBI.
RDFN, U,
LICY. OCGN. Duo. ACHR. LICY.
VMAR,
VMAR.
VMAR, VMAR,
VMAR. VMAR.
RDFN,
TNYA.
U,
CELU. VMAR. VMAR.
U,
VMAR. 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 SMCI. VMAR. ETHU. GV. WBTN. LICY. GV. VMAR. DXYZ. INOD. Watch the spread. SMR. TSLZ. GV. INOD. Watch the spread.
CVI, RDFN, Para, GV, GV,
GV,
GV, GV.
VMAR, GV, GV, SOXS, SMR, Kang, GV, GV, SMR, RIBN, LCID,
MXL, MXL, MXL,
LICY, TPST, GV,
HSHP,
VMAR, VMAR, OKLO, RIBN, LICY, PARA, VMAR, Open, PBI,
FNKO,
VMAR, VMAR,
Para.
VMAR, VMAR, VMAR. Sony, VMAR, Sony, 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 Sony. Hollow,
EMKR.
Yang.
EMKR.
EMKR,
EMKR.
EMKR,
EMKR.
EMKR. SMCI,
EKNG. CARM.
EMKR, LICY, LICY, GB, LICY,
BNED. CARM.
VMAR, LICY, 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 VMAR, CARM,
CARM.
CARM,
Para.
LICY, GB, SMCI, SMCI, VMAR,
CARM. WBTN.
CARM,
WBTN. RDFN.
VMAR, VMAR, SMCI, 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 SMCI,
WBTN.
SMCI, Duo, SMCI. SMCI. VMAR. VMAR. LICY. 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 GB. LICY.
Ether.
LICY. Alto. Alto. TOST. Big spread. LICY. VMAR.
Ether.
VMAR.
CYN.
VMAR. VMAR.
WBTN.
LCID.
WBTN. WBTN. WBTN.
LCID. MDU.
WBTN.
Wolf.
WBTN.
CARM. Wolf. VMAR. VMAR. LICY. CARM. HIMS. LICY.
WBTN.
CARM. LICY. CARM. CARM. LICY. LICY.
RDFN.
LICY. LICY. VMAR. HIMS. OCGN. VMAR. 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 CARM. CARM.
RDFN.
UPST. Big spread. ETHU. SMCI. ETHU. VMAR. ETHU. VMAR. VMAR.
AVPT.
VMAR. VMAR.
AVPT.
VMAR.
AVPT.
VMAR. 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 LICY. LICY. VMAR. LICY. GB. OKLO.
Fro.
LICY. VMAR. VMAR. CARM. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
YIBO.
MSTR. Big spread. ETHU.
GOVX.
VMAR. 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 VMAR.
ETHA.
VMAR. VMAR.
VMAR.
VMAR. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR. EMKR. 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 GB. VMAR. VMAR. AMC. SMCI. CARM. LICY. VMAR. 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 SMCI. EMKR. VMAR.
BCTX.
EFSH, penny stock, spiking
VMAR.
here, Echo Foxtrot, Sydney Hotel, EFSH.
ETHU. LICY. VMAR.
CYN.
LICY.
ETHA.
VMAR.
Shares of MCOR now at $3.04 after that
VMAR.
deal to acquire the company for $3.10 per share. That's Echo Michael Kilo Romeo. Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 1.75.
VMAR.
The Dow futures up 30. NASDAQ is up 40.
VMAR.
Crude is down $1.24 at $71.12. Natural gas is up 2 cents at $2.71.
EMKR.
Bitcoin futures down 340 at 76,840. Gold down $6.70 at 26.9940.
VMAR.
DKNG.
SMCI. SMCI. VMAR. 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 VMAR.
DKNG.
VMAR. VMAR. LICY. TSLL. TSLL. LICY.
MBOT.
TSLL. TSLA. SMCI. VMAR.
ADTN.
GV. VMAR. TSLL. TSM. Big spread. API. GV.
QYLD.
API.
DKNG.
VMAR. TSLL.
CVI.
VMAR. 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 GV.
MDU. LND.
GV. GV. VMAR. LICY. VMAR. GV. VMAR, GV, GV, GV,
Googsol.
GLP
NVDA,
Global Partners
ALDS,
reporting sales of
DXYZ, Big
4.42
spread,
billion.
CELU,
LICY, MHRS, LICY, FUTU, TIGR, TIGR,
First American Axle reported
SGLA,
20
Yang,
cents. Alpha
Tour,
X-Ray Lima.
T, GLW,
The estimate for American
ANIA,
Axle
Wolf,
VZLA,
AXL, Big spread,
was
SUGP,
OKLO,
5 cents.
Alto,
Was a 5-cent loss, actually. So that's 20 cents in earnings versus a 5-cent loss for American Axle. So that's a beat. Sales of
BIVI,
$1.5 billion.
SUGP,
The
OLPX,
estimate was $1.5 billion. So that's in line on the
IHRT,
estimate for the sales and beat on earnings
SUGP,
for Alpha X-Ray Lima.
Light,
GLP Global
Pins,
Partners reported sales of 4.42 billion. The estimate was
BBAI,
5.876 billion. So that's short on
QBTS,
sales for
QBR,
GLP. Golf Lima Papa.
Manu,
DCTH Delcath reporting revenue of $11.2 million. The estimate was
TSLR,
10.4 million. So that's a beat for DCTH
AFRM,
on revenue.
Sophie, VMAR,
INUV and Nuvio or Nuvo reporting a loss of a penny.
UPST,
No estimate. No estimate on INUV.
AIMD, TGDSQ,
UPST, Big spread,
RPRX,
AXL,
AIMD,
No.
ANOS takes decisive action
CTMX,
to present stockholder
BHP,
interest
Eric,
and combat
IEP,
potential illegal trading activities.
AIMD,
That's Alpha India Michael Delta,
DJT.
AIMD.
JD,
AXL,
It has filed complaints with the NASDAQ Market Watch and the U.S. SEC due to concerns about
AFRM,
unusual
CTMX,
trading activity in
AFRM,
its common stock. That's Alpha India Michael Delta.
Boots, NEM, Indy,
Sophie,
PSTV,
Boom,
Shares of AIMD spiking
AXL,
here, hit a high of 58
CBI,
cents. Alpha India Michael
GV,
Delta.
AIMD,
NCL.
NCL,
VMAR,
Shares spiking to the highs, 51 cents. November Charlie Lima.
SUGP, ETHU,
Plug,
Plug, TSLL, PBR, VMAR,
SQ,
VMAR, PBR,
SQ,
VMAR,
SQ,
VMAR, VMAR,
IBIT, Bill,
VMAR,
MXL,
VMAR,
AFRM, AFRM, AFRM,
TSLL,
ASTH, Astrana
AFRM,
Health, announcing agreement to acquire certain businesses and assets of Prospect Health Systems.
TLT,
That's Alpha Sandy Tango Hotel, ASTH.
LICY, ETHU,
PULM, Pull Matrix, out with their results in a
Geo,
filing.
TSLL, SOXS,
Loss of 71
TLT,
cents
TMF,
for PULM.
CVI, Wind,
SOXS,
That's versus a loss of $1.03 in the same period a year ago. Papa Uniform Lima Michael.
ETHA,
ETHU, VMAR,
MPW,
MPW,
Indy,
VMAR, 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 MPW, LCID, LICY, GB,
CLAR, AFRM, 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 AFRM,
VMAR, LICY. LICY.
NCL 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 AZI
NCL,
NCL,
52 cents, the high
NCL,
now.
NCL
Shares up more than 100%.
NCL
November Charlie Lima.
AZI
LICY. 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 LICY.
AIO
LICY. LICY.
Wind CVI ADTN ELEV
SMCI.
ELEV
Boom. ACHR. LICY. VMAR. VMAR.
KIN
Sony. SMCI.
NCL
Open. LICY. ETHU.
CVI
VMAR. VMAR. TOST. Watch the spread. TOST. Big spread. CTMX.
AREC,
VMAR. TZA. Boom. VMAR. VMAR.
OCCI,
VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
INDY,
LICY. Coin. Big spread.
UPLD,
SBIT. VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
PSTX, PSTX UEC,
SMCI. LICY. SMCI. Plug.
WNS announcing addition
Yeah, so
to the
small float.
MSCI USA Small Cap Index. That's Wixkey November Sandy WNS.
Big upward movement. You know, questions regarding internal management. I think there's just risks, to be honest. But who
TNYA.
knows, man? Who knows?
PRCH,
It was only slightly more exciting than watching paint dry. 100%. It was a really boring meeting, to be honest, man.
PSTX,
Like, it was very neutral, as expected. Honestly, I'm more excited about Powell speaking next Thursday. Minor infraction compared to the other dumps. Yeah, but are you holding it, Prime? Are you holding Super Micro right now, brother? Is the real question here. You know? Like, you might think it's a buy, but are you holding it, I guess? Yeah, I think it's risky. It's big
SMR.
risk, big reward. I think it's down a lot, so I think it probably has some like arguable extension on the downside, or on the downside. And maybe we get
Sony.
maybe we get like a bounce. It's possible, but it's also possible that this thing just turns into a massive dumpster fire, in my opinion. And so it's big risk, big reward, and it's not something that I necessarily want to invest in.
AUUD. PRCH.
OKLO. Big spread.
Again,
X.
I'm not telling
Watch
anybody
the
to buy
spread.
anything. I see short-term short signals and long-term buy signals, longer-term buy
AFRM.
signals in terms of daily. Like on a 5-minute chart, I see some
UEC.
buy signals.
X.
On a 1-minute
Watch
chart, I
the
see
spread.
some sell signals. And so I'm not
Cent.
claiming to know. This is just straight up guesses here on the S&P, the Nasdaq, the Dow. But that's what I see right now.
VMAR.
And we'll see if that's
VMAR.
correct. I really have no idea.
AUUD.
VMAR.
Yeah, so a lot
VMAR.
of the chat rooms were saying traders were taking this week off, not wanting to deal with the
AXL.
volatility and uncertainty regarding like the Fed decisions and the meetings and everything going on there. And I think that makes perfect sense. Like, there's just a lot of crazy stuff happening in markets. What a pop up on the E-mini in the Dow.
AFRM.
Yeah, so the last few moves have been pretty low volume too. Yeah.
VMAR.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the volume. It's pretty limited, to be honest here.
VMAR.
Like, we're gonna draw some levels out on the Nasdaq here, like we always do. Let's go ahead and draw some.
VMAR.
So I think we got major level here for sure. Here, let me get rid of this. I want to do a horizontal chart, horizontal line. I think this is definitely a level here. Yeah. I
AXL.
think we can probably do
VMAR.
another one here. I think we definitely have at least somewhat of a level towards this top
AFRM.
of the range here.
MBLY.
Yeah. So those are the major levels that I'm seeing here. Maybe something here too, but I think this one's a little bit more ambiguous.
AFRM.
VMAR.
DKNG.
We also might be able to argue we got one. Hold on. Here. Yeah. All right, so that's what I see currently.
AXL. AXL. AFRM.
Usually when we rally the day of FOMC, we sell
ING.
off the day after. Yeah, but have we arguably rallied, I think?
AFRM.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
VMAR.
All right, I'm going to buy
MTNB.
the S&P right now. On a short-term
MTNB.
chart.
SMCI.
Try to take a risk.
MTNB.
Oh, this one today.
VMAR.
Take, 3 contracts here. And then maybe
SMCI.
add some on a dip.
MBLY.
Try to be patient.
Indy.
Yeah, we got University of Michigan consumer data coming out this morning. Yeah, it's pretty boring. We got University of Michigan consumer data coming out
UEC.
early,
SMCI.
or late this morning at 10 a.m.
Indy. VMAR.
All right, so we get this is a challenge account, so we'll play with this.
SMCI. SMCI.
We're gonna buy into it too. It's kind of a risky place. We're right around the top, but we're just playing with some of these alerts, and I'm kind of testing some of these alerts too. What about the Canada news? We watched some of the other economic data from countries outside of the U.S., but not a ton, in all honesty. Like, we watched some of it. Like, we watched Canada ECB specifically, and sometimes like China, right? But not all of it. Like, some of it just doesn't matter. right? Some of it just doesn't matter. Like today we got Canadian
Indeed.
unemployment is expected at 6.6.
VMAR.
We'll see, but that's probably not going to move U.S. markets in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sophie.
I don't know.
GEHC. Watch the spread.
DKNG.
GEHC.
This was
Pro.
a 1 minute chart. Yeah, I don't know if that's a really good buy level. I'm going to build some levels here though on a 1 minute chart. We're going to build the levels on a 5 minute
DKNG.
chart and then watch them potentially on a 1 minute chart. I think
DKNG.
this is one.
DKNG.
GSAT.
This is another. This is definitely 1, 2.
QH.
All right, so I don't mind these levels.
VMAR. VMAR.
Most people have no clue
VMAR.
that in 2023, the
VMAR.
best way to make money on Amazon is
VMAR.
not with physical.
Stocks, and especially U.S. stocks, are, I think, overvalued. So no, I would not just take the money I saved by renting and just buying overpriced stocks as opposed to overpriced real estate.
VMAR.
So I think you have to be a lot more
VMAR.
selective in the names that you
VMAR.
invest in. I also think that there's a major dollar decline coming,
VMAR.
potential dollar crisis. You know, you really have a very cozy, unhealthy relationship between the Fed, the government, and Wall Street. It's just one big club, revolving door of personnel. And the Fed,
ADTM.
through its policy, has really engendered to build an asset-based economic model where the wealth effect is very important to driving consumption,
BND.
confidence. And so the Fed feels that they need to keep the
SNA
stock
Snap-on
market
raises
up. Because if the
dividend
stock market
15.1%
crashes,
to
everybody's poorer
$2.14
who owns
per share.
stocks, so they
That's
spend
sending
less.
November
Now
alpha.
we're in a recession. People lose their jobs. So the Fed kind of thinks, well, what's good for Wall Street is good for the economy. And of course, that works great for Wall Street, you know. And so the same
NVDA.
economists that work at the government work for Wall Street. They go back and forth, right? They're the same people. They're all buddies. And of course, some of the biggest donors are Wall Street bankers. You look at the people who write the big checks, not only just directly to the campaigns, because those are not the big checks, it's the PACs, right? So the people that
VMAR.
are writing the, you know, $50,000, $100,000 plus checks
UPST.
to the PACs
Big spread.
that are working to reelect particular people, they are disproportionately
UPST.
on Wall Street. That's not a coincidence. You know, it's not that these guys are just so patriotic
Indeed.
that they really feel that it's
Indeed.
important to donate to the candidate who's going to do good for the
Indeed.
country. No, they're making an
Indeed.
investment in those candidates, just like anything else. And they're evaluating it based on a cost benefit. Like, how much is it going to cost me to buy this senator or this congressman? And what's my return on my investment going to be? Because I'm not doing it out of the goodness of my heart because I'm a patriotic American. No, it's because I want the politician in office that's going to do things
GSAT.
that make me money.
UPST.
I'm not fighting the Fed.
Big spread.
The Fed's going to keep creating inflation. So I want to own assets
UPST.
that will benefit
Big spread.
from what the Fed is doing. You know, I'm betting that the Fed is going to continue to behave as recklessly in the future as it has in the past. That it's never going to learn from its mistakes, and it's going to keep
OPHC.
repeating them. And it's going to repeat them until it basically destroys the dollar, sends the price of gold to the moon. And so that's what I'm investing for. I'm investing for the end game
RIVN.
because I know how the game's going to
TSLA.
end. Most people who are playing it don't even realize the game that they're playing. They don't get the rules. They've just been winning for so long. You know, they think they know how the game ends or how the game is played. They don't.
VMAR.
And it's like a game of musical chairs, but they don't know the music's going to stop one day. They just think it's going to keep on playing, but it's going to surprise them when it stops and, you know, they're not in a chair. They are playing the game by buying the momentum, buying whatever the crowd is buying whatever
Indeed.
is going up. And it doesn't matter what the fundamental value of the underlying business is.
DQ.
I mean, in some cases, it doesn't matter if the underlying businesses have any fundamental value at all, or do they
ADTM.
even care? All that matters is what's the price and where's it going and how many people are buying it. Look, the price of anything can go up if people keep buying it. It's just that when they stop buying it, that you have a problem. Look at cryptocurrencies, right? They have zero fundamental value. So they're probably the most
SOXS.
speculative investment.
AMCX,
Probably are the
AMC
most speculative
networks
investment.
out with
Yet
their
people have more
results.
profit in Bitcoin if they have been in it from the
DTST.
early days than in anything else. But all these things are going to ultimately collapse when inflation rears
76
its head in a
cents
way
for
that people realize it's here to stay
AMCX.
and recognize that the Fed is all
SPPL.
talk and no bite, bark or no bite when it comes to being able to contain inflation,
The estimate
being
was
able to
62
bring it
cents.
anywhere
RIBN.
near
Beat for
2%,
Alpha
let alone
Micro
bring
Charlie
it down to
X-ray.
2%. Although we'd be better off with inflation below
Revenue
2%. I mean, 2% is not some
599
holy grail that we need to shoot for, and that inflation is at 1%.
The
That
estimate
that's somehow a problem
587
that the
million
Fed
for
needs to solve.
AMCX.
I mean, the only problem with 1% is that it's not zero. I'd rather have no inflation than 1%. And in fact, I'd rather have minus 1% than prices staying the same. Everybody wants
Right.
lower prices. The lower, the better. The less stuff costs, the more stuff I could buy. Even the
Indeed.
businesses want to be able to lower prices, because if they can lower their prices, they'll sell more stuff. And so how do businesses try to lower prices? They try to lower their costs. And what a businessman cares about is the margin. As long as I can sell above my
FTRE.
cost, I'm making money. And then I can make even more money if I can ramp up the volume. What real experience will tell you is when it comes to consumer goods, an investment is a different situation. If you're thinking
Hang
about
Holdings,
buying an asset as an
EH216 has
investment and you
pilotless
think the price is too high,
EVTOL
well, you're going to
confirms
wait for it to
debut
come.
passenger flights in Thailand.
WRN.
That's Echo Hotel.
LICY.
FTRE.
FTRE. Watch the spread.
IRON, Disc Medicine, secures $200 million in non-dilutive
IMMR.
debt financing from Hercules Capital. That's India Romeo Oscar November.
VMAR. 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 LICY.
PBPB, Potbelly to open its first shops in Georgia. PBPB,
VMAR.
Papa Bravo,
AUUG.
Papa Bravo.
SMCI. SMCI.
NRGV. NRGV.
TZA.
FTRE.
NRGV. Energy Vault receives FID approval for 57 megawatt Cross Trails battery energy storage systems in Texas. That's November Romeo Golf Victor.
MPW. TSLL. LICY. VMAR. SMCI. GSAT.
BDN.
SMCI. SMCI. FTRE. Watch the spread.
FTRE.
FTRE. Watch the spread.
EVH.
VMAR.
CING.
LICY. LICY.
DCTH.
LICY.
RPRX.
LICY.
DJT. DJT.
LICY. CONL.
Serve.
VMAR. VMAR. GSAT.
FTRE.
VMAR.
IAG.
GEHC.
Indy.
VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
Indy.
VMAR. VMAR. VMAR.
Indy. DCTH. MDT. ZJYL.
VMAR.
Indy. Indy.
AFRM.
Indy.
Indy. Indy.
Indy. Indy.
Indy.
FRGT. DJT. DJT.
Indy.
DJT. DJT.
Indy.
DJT.
GEHC.
Indy.
Indy.
TNYA. Indy.
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 DJT. DJT. LICY. 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 Indy.
DKNG.
LICY.
NRGV. DKNG.
NRGV.
DJT. VA.
Indy.
NRGV.
Indy.
NRGV. DJT. ADTN.
Indy. Indy.
Indy. TNYA.
DJT. Indy.
Indy.
SPXU. Indy.
Indy. IAG. Indy.
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 SPXU.
Capped.
VMAR. VMAR.
DKNG. ABVC. XFOR.
DJT. VMAR. 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 Indy. Indy.
QUBT.
DJT. CELU. DJT. GSAT.
ADTN.
DJT. 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 DJT.
OCSL.
TSLL. FTRE. Big spread.
PEGY. PEGY,
VMAR,
OCSL,
VMAR, VMAR, VMAR,
PEGY, PEGY,
DJT, DJT,
PEGY,
SMCI,
PEGY, PEGY,
PEGY,
PEGY, Pineapple Energy spiking here. Papa Echo Golf Yankee.
Duo,
PG,
Shares hitting $4.26 at the high. And
VMAR,
pulling back. That's PEGY. Pineapple Energy announcing distribution to contingent value rights holders.
DJT,
DJT,
It will distribute to the holders of its non-transferable contingent
DJT.
contingent value rights a payment of
VMAR,
$850,269 or 35 cents per CVR.
Assistant,
Indy,
CCEP, DJT,
DJT, DJT,
DJT,
VMAR, DJT, Indy, PEGY, 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 DJT,
DTST, DJT,
Indy,
DJT,
DJT,
NCL, NCL,
LICY, Indy, Indy, DJT,
O,
SOXS,
BTCS,
AAOI,
down, right? But
PHUN,
when you're talking about consumer goods, which is what all
TECS,
this is about, people
Big
don't
spread,
wait. If you're
PEGY,
hungry, you buy food.
DJT,
You don't say, "Well, if I starve myself, I can get the
PEGY,
food cheaper next week." You know, if you need clothing,
AAOI,
you go out and buy it. If you need a new cell phone, you buy it. I mean, you know
RDFN, DJT,
DJT, VMAR, PEGY, VMAR,
C,
VMAR, CONL, VMAR, VMAR,
SLS, PRCH,
INDI,
PG, PRSO, ETHA,
VMAR,
SLS, BAC,
DJT, INDI, 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 INDI,
ETHA,
INDI, INDI, VMAR, 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 PEGY,
AMPX,
INDI, INDI,
PRCH,
LCID,
O,
ETHU, ETHU,
MARA, TSLA, OTRK,
DJT, DJT, VMAR,
DJT, PLTR, AMC,
DJT, MSTR,
PARA, Paramount
spread.
Global CFO,
VMAR.
Q4 loss for streaming
AELH.
segment, but says Paramount Plus will reach domestic
QCOM,
profitability in 2025. That's
SMCI.
PARA.
NKLA, ETHA, RDFN, DAL, JBLU, GFI,
DJT,
SQQH,
DJT,
MMM,
DJT, DJT,
CVS,
DJT, DJT,
EXFY,
DJT, DJT,
BAC,
plug, DJT,
Atom, Rum, Bill,
DJT,
ULCC, NCNA, NIA,
plug,
Plug,
SGMO,
KGC,
SMCI, VMAR, VMAR, Bill,
NCNA,
big spread,
Bill, BRCC,
TNYA, DJT, DJT,
KGC,
TNYA, CONL,
PBI, O,
LCID,
U,
That if you just wait another year, you'll be able to get that phone for less. But you don't want to wait. You want to
BAC.
use the phone right now. Maybe you
Adam.
need the phone, or you're just tired of the phone you have. You want to get a new phone. You may not even be alive next year, right? I mean, so who knows? You can get hit by a bus, right? Waiting for the price of a phone. And we know that doesn't happen, right? Computers, TVs, they get cheaper almost every year, even now, but people still buy them. I mean, the
CONL.
first cell phone, you guys don't even remember the 1980s with the Gordon Gecko cell phone, which was like a huge brick. Hardly anybody bought those phones when they came out. And it's not because people
ETHU.
didn't want them.
DGLY, Digital Ally, in a filing terminates merger agreement with Cloverleaf. That's Delta Golf Lima Yankee. DGLY.
But that's simply not true. We've helped just under 10,000 hard-working people just like you do what they once thought was the impossible and gain a brand new smile. And by the way, our procedure is safe. And this procedure was made affordable because of our range of different payment.
Everybody wanted one. They were just so expensive, few people could afford them. The reason that everybody has
DJT.
cell phones now is because they're a lot cheaper. The first television sets that came out in the 1940s,
TZA.
they were huge.
DJT.
They were big piece of furniture with a tiny, like a 2-inch screen.
DJT.
And you could only watch them for
DJT.
maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. And it was in black and white. And
VMAR.
it was a horrible
AZI.
picture. They cost as much as a car. Who bought them? Really rich people
VMAR.
that wanted to show off. They had a
VMAR.
TV. Now, the middle class, sure, they would like one, but they couldn't
AZI.
afford it. And so when prices go down, then people buy. So people don't wait
Indy.
indefinitely for prices to go down, because there is a present value to having something today versus
TVTX.
having it a year from now, 2 years from now. And so the economists that believe this
Cuz.
nonsense are forgetting about
SANA,
attributing
Sana
a value
Biotech,
to
reporting their
having something now.
results,
So even if
SNE
I know
Alpha
the
November
price is going to
Alpha.
go down, I can buy it today for $100. I can buy it a year
TVTX.
from now for
Waiting for those
$95.
numbers.
Am I going to pay $5 to have it today and get to use it for the next year rather than waiting a year? There is a threat right now. The status is in jeopardy, and it's going to be lost. And you can see
UG,
that
United
in
Guardian,
the record high price of
reporting,
gold. Central
earnings.
banks are major buyers of gold. Where are they getting the money to buy their gold? They're selling dollars. Why do they want the gold? Because they want to get rid of the
First
dollars.
Sana reported
They
a
don't want
loss
them.
of
They're
25
reducing their
cents.
dependency on the
SANA.
dollar. And not only did they have an economic incentive to get rid of the dollar, because the dollar is going to gradually, and then
AZI.
rapidly depreciate because of the enormity of our deficits and the money that we have to print
No
to
estimate
monetize
on that.
it. But we
NVDQ.
created an added incentive,
United Guardian
Biden did,
reporting-
with sanctions that were put on Russia because we didn't like
CVM.
what Russia did. Russia invaded the
VLRS.
Ukraine, and we said, well, we don't like that, and therefore we're going to take your dollars.
19
we're kick you
cents
out of the global SWIFT system. We're
in
gonna
earnings
confiscate,
versus
your treasuries.
TVTX.
And
14
right
cents
or
in the
wrong,
same
period a year
whether
ago.
you
That's
agree with
UG.
Putin or disagree with Putin, right?
Uniform
That's
Golf.
immaterial. Doesn't matter. All that matters is we told the world America decides whether you get to keep your dollars, whether you get to keep your treasuries, and we have to approve of your conduct. And if we don't like what
PDD,
you're doing, it may not have to be
the
a war.
information
It could be
reporting
anything.
city
This is
total
the
of T-Mobile
precedent.
payments
We're gonna
after
take
Visa raised
dollars away from you.
concerns.
Well, who the hell wants to be in that position? Especially a country like China, who's our biggest creditor,
That's,
who's got
Papa
trillions worth of our
Delta
treasuries.
Delta.
I mean, how much anti-China
UPST.
rhetoric is there in
Indy.
the U.S.? Look at all the tariffs that they
Lipo.
just imposed today on
UPST.
Americans who want to buy Chinese
Sear.
products. Right? China is vilified all the time in the media by U.S.
VMAR.
politicians. If I was China, I wouldn't want any U.S. dollars. I wouldn't want any
VMAR.
treasuries. I mean, it's only a matter of
VMAR.
time before we sanction them and freeze their
VMAR.
assets.
Lipo.
I don't think any of it is
Lipo.
justified. Our
Lipo.
problems are homemade.
Lipo.
They're not made in China. I mean, just about everything else is, but not our problems. Our monetary
VMAR.
and economic problems, our inflation problem, that's here. I mean, Washington is the enemy, not Beijing. We need to, rebuild the industrial nation that has been destroyed over the years by taxes and regulations. We need to rebuild savings. Americans have to stop living beyond their means. They have to stop buying stuff they can't afford. They have to save their money, delay gratification. People
Lipo.
have to work, productively, not just in the service sector, but we have to produce, and asset prices have to come down. People are going to have to lose money. Interest rates have to go up even more than they have. This is going to be very disruptive for a lot of people. And a lot of people are going to have to be told that they're not going to be able to retire, that, their retirement savings are
VMAR.
inadequate, that Social Security
VMAR.
and Medicare are broke, and you can't, you're not going to get what was promised to you, because government has to cut a lot of spending. And, the politicians don't want to tell the voters that, because the voters don't want to hear that. They're not going to vote for them. But that doesn't mean that the voters are going to get all the benefits that they have been promised. They're not going to get them. They may
VMAR.
receive the money, but
VMAR.
the money's not going to buy very much.
ASM.
And that's
VMAR.
really what counts. It doesn't matter that I get a Social Security check. What matters is, can I buy food, right, with my Social Security
VMAR.
check? And the answer is no.
VMAR.
And what difference does it make? It's
VMAR.
interesting because even my father pointed this out in his book, The Biggest Con. And this is back from the 1970s. He had published an excerpt from the Congressional Record. And this was William Proxmire who said
PRCH.
this, who was the chairman of the Senate Committee on Money and Banking. And they were talking back then about Social Security and what to do. And, they ultimately raised taxes and stuff like that. But they talked about, the precarious situation of the program back then. Proxmire
VMAR.
said, look, at the end of the
VMAR.
day, Social Security obligations will be paid. America, we have a printing press, and we're going
UPST.
to use that printing press
Indy.
to pay these benefits. The benefits may be
RIVN.
worthless when the recipients
GSAT.
receive them, but they are going to be paid. And so this is a high-powered senator admitting
DXYZ.
that Social Security benefits may be worthless, but people are going to get them. And that's a big statement.
LUNR.
And if Social Security benefits are worthless, then then the dollar is worthless, because that's what Social Security payments are. So Proxmire was saying all of our money may be worthless, but we're going to keep on printing it. We're going to keep all of our commitments. What I think is much better is for the government to acknowledge that it's overpromised and can't deliver, and make cuts to government spending, including restructuring that $35 trillion national debt that's growing exponentially, coming clean with our creditors that we can't pay, and defaulting, and offering to pay less than 100 cents on the dollar. This is what we have to do. If we don't do that, and we just print money instead so that we can pay everybody in full, the losses are going to be much greater. The real losses that result from inflation will dwarf the losses that would have resulted from default. I think that if we had a freer market than the one we have today, with fewer regulations and therefore more opportunity, fewer people would be poor, right? So to a degree, the government is the reason that more people find themselves in a state of poverty than would otherwise be the case if the government stayed out and we had more freedom, which means we'd have more opportunity. Those who make it, either they're just naturally born with more intelligence, or they just have more drive, more ambition, they're willing to work harder. So to the extent that most people succeed, it's because of their own hard work. Now, of course, some people get lucky. Some people are born to wealthy parents and they inherit a lot of money and they do nothing to earn it, right? So that's life, right? Life isn't fair. Some people, get dealt a good hand, and other people get dealt a lousy hand. But there are people who are dealt a lousy hand that win, that make the most out of that hand, and that, that end up being very wealthy. And there are people that get a great hand and they end up losing. They squander their money. Am I trying to say, should I blame people? I mean, I'd have to look at their individual choices and their circumstances. I mean, did they just really get a bunch of bad breaks? What did they do? How did they find themselves in their circumstances? Look at,
Did you know that a simple glass of water could be sabotaging your battle against type 2 diabetes? Pay attention. Blood glucose up to 100 is considered normal. From
the choices that they made, how they ran their lives. Some people could have just gotten unlucky and they just happened to be the victim of a string of unfortunate events. People are by and large responsible. Even if the government makes it harder to succeed, they don't make it impossible.
And what do you think we should do about the people that do just want to be lazy? They want to eat, sleep, play video games, work the bare minimum, and exist in their life.
They need to figure out how to exist that way without compelling somebody else at gunpoint to take care of their needs. So look, if you don't want to work, if you just want to lie around and play video games, then you figure out how to afford to do that. Where you figure out where you're going to get your food, because nobody owes you any of those things, right? You're on this world, and the rest of the people that are here don't have a duty to feed you, clothe you, house you. You have to figure out how to do all those things. Now, if it's more important to you to just lie at home and play video games, well, then that's your priority. So maybe you stay and live with your parents. Convince them to pay your bills, right? But don't, expect other people to pay your bills for you. And of course, if you created a world where everybody can just choose to do nothing and play video games, well, what if everybody makes that choice? Well, how is the world going to survive? Where's the food going to come from if nobody wants to be a farmer? Because the farmers just want to play video games. In fact, where are the video games going to come from? If nobody is going to work to produce them, if everybody just wants to sit back and play them because they assume somebody else is going to do it for them. So look, we just have to get rid of all of the government interference as subsidies, and then people will make whatever choices they're able to make in their circumstances. In America, because America was founded on certain principles, but we have government to secure our liberties. Life, liberty, property, the pursuit of happiness. Government is there to protect me and to prevent people from taking the things that I own and the things that I earn. Government is not there to steal from me. It's not there to take things away from me, but to secure my freedom and to secure my liberty. Government is not there to give me things. So I have freedom, right, of speech, but the government doesn't have an obligation to provide me with a microphone and a platform or an audience, right? I can pursue happiness if I want to go out and get an education. That's my right, but the government doesn't have to provide me with one. The government doesn't have to give me a school, give me a teacher, right? I don't have a right to those things. I have a right to seek out an education on my own. The government can't stop me from doing that, but they don't owe that to me, right? I can't force my neighbor to pay for that. I have a right to eat I don't have a right to food. If I'm hungry, I can't steal your food. I can't elect a politician to steal it from you. I have a right to go out and grow my own food, or try to trade with farmers who grow food, do some work, or trade something else. Or I can even go to somebody and ask for free food because I'm hungry, and maybe they'll give it to me. But I can't take it from somebody else. I can't take what doesn't belong to me, and I can't vote for a politician to steal in my behalf, right? Theft is wrong no matter who does the stealing. No matter how many people vote for the thief, theft is still wrong, right? You don't change the nature of that relationship. Now, we have decided, I think, in American society that collectively there are certain things that we're going to pay for through taxes. Police, on the federal level, it would be a military to protect all of us from foreign invasion, right? We want to have a government, we want to have, embassies, and we want to have certain things that the federal government legitimately does. Well, then, collectively we're going to pay for them. That is not theft, because the money is being used to benefit everybody equally, including the people who are taxed. Whereas the way it works now is the government takes money from one person and just gives it to somebody else. It's not used for the benefit of the nation, for the collective well-being, for the general welfare, right? Like it says in the Constitution, but it's for the specific welfare of the individual who gets the money. And it's taken from an individual who derives no benefit from that. Personally, I don't think there should be an income tax at all, so the tax rate should be 0. I don't think there should be a payroll tax, so that tax should be 0. I think the government should fund itself on indirect taxes, which is how the government funded itself until 1913. It was predominantly tariffs, and so they're fine, or you can have taxes on certain goods, taxes on alcohol, tobacco. We have those taxes now. Taxes on gasoline. There are federal taxes that we have. That used to be it. That used to cover everything. The only reason we have an income tax is because we have all these welfare programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all these other government involvement, getting government in education and all this stuff that it shouldn't even be involved in.
Hey friends, who wants to save with me?
Are you an influencer now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, Nurtec ODT can help treat and prevent migraine attacks.
Indy.
Yeah.
Nurtec
ODT can help treat and prevent migraine attacks.
VMAR.
And prevent all-in-one medication. Talk to your doctor about Nurtec ODT.
VMAR.
Nurtec ODT orally disintegrating tablets is a prescription medicine
VMAR.
for adults that is used for the treatment of migraine attacks with or without aura and the preventive treatment of episodic migraine. So if you get migraine attacks, you can take Nurtec ODT to treat migraine attacks at the first sign of a migraine. Or you can take Nurtec ODT every other
Lipo.
TNYA.
VMAR.
UEC.
VMAR. TNYA.
Hey everyone, I haven't made one of these videos in a while. Heading into the election, I generally didn't want to be very focused on markets. You can see that in my Twitter activity as well. Generally just not posting that much, not looking that much. I held on to the positions that I had on, silver, bonds, China, and for the most part they were relatively flat. And now I'm back here getting ready to look at the markets. I said a while ago that if the VIX got crushed significantly after the election, I would be a buyer in hopes of betting on another growth scare. I think that's what's happening now, or at least what could be happening now, and the VIX crush has been so significant that it's giving a relatively good risk-reward ratio, at least one that I'm getting comfortable with. My contract of choice is the VIX futures for January 2025, and for now, I'm not sizing in too significantly, as obviously I'm catching a falling knife, but I think that there is enough crush here to justify looking for and entering a position. The cash VIX is all the way down to 15, which is quite incredible to see, given that it has been over 20 for so long recently. But this is what happens following an election. The VIX gets crushed as we move from uncertain times into more certain times, especially considering that so far at least it seems that things have gone smoothly. So I like this idea. As for other ideas, I think bonds are pretty simple at this point. I'm either long until I feel otherwise, or I am out below the election day low. This has been the most volume-filled day in TLT in many years, and with that comes the potential that it was in fact a low. I don't know anything for sure, but that seems as a pretty reasonable risk point to me. We discussed on this day, I believe, that there was potential that that was the low, given that it had come and tested the large volume zone, but I said you had to give it a fair bit of room, and I think that leaves this as the final stop. Long above, out below. I don't think there's much else to it at this point. As for silver and metals in general, I think it's worth generally still being bullish. They're objectively still in uptrend. However, the dollar seems to have an upward bias into the Trump administration, and obviously if the dollar continues to act strong and rally, that is a moderate negative for metals, as they are certainly inversely correlated to the dollar index. So uncertain, but in uptrend. Stop is still 30. It either works or it doesn't. Lastly, there's China, which we entered, I believe, on this day here, and I added some more recently. Some high volume across the last 2 days. I do think that China is still good. I do think it is still going to all-time highs. That's my opinion. My stop remains at around 40. As for everything else, I don't have great opinions. I think that the market has skyrocketed on this election result, obviously. Everyone knows this. Everyone's heard about it. I don't know to what extent we're going to move in the meantime. I think generally what tends to happen is that we'll get a week or so where not much happens, and then we'll make a directional decision on a new narrative, whatever that may be, which is another reason I'm not more significantly in my VIX position, but in enough to where if things reverse immediately on a sharp shift in opinions following the election, there is still some to catch. Survey reports, things like this, haven't changed too much, and oscillators remain generally neutral, if slightly to the upside. Aside from remaining generally bullish metals, bonds, China, and now liking the VIX a bit, I don't think that there is a great deal of opinion to have here. One thing I will say is that I will absolutely look to buy dips in tech from now on. This is, in my opinion, a very real breakout. If we do get dips, I'd love to buy them. I didn't want to do much into the election, but now that it's over, things do seem truly optimistic, and perhaps that's a good reason to be long the VIX, but I also do think that there is some real potential that we're going a lot higher. And I really do wish that I had held on to my opinion of that and I had it around 20,000, because now we're at 21,000. It is what it is. Opinions get shifted. Still made some money, but it's a very fine line between taking profits and knowing when to let things ride. And I think I had some reasons not to, but obviously the trend was my friend. I didn't really stick with my friend in this case. That's okay. As for commodities in general, I tend to have opinions. I really don't right now. Maybe you'd look to buy dips in virtually everything if you are thinking that Trump is going to be generally inflationary, but I don't think the markets are going to immediately react to anything like that. We don't know what's going to happen policy-wise yet. It's difficult to say anything like that, and obviously, who knows how it affects something like soybeans or corn or wheat or coffee or anything like that very specifically. So for now, I generally remain with much less opinion than I had prior, because there's just a lot to wait for. In general, that's about it. I just wanted to get an update out there. Thank you for watching. That's about it.
VMAR. Plug. LCID. Indie. Indie.
UPST getting an upgrade to a buy at Citi with an $87 price target.
LUNR.
Shares of Upstart Holdings now at 55.
EMKR.
65.40. Up.
NCL.
$10 following their earnings report. That's
NCL. 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 NCL.
NCL shares up now 200% on November Charlie Lima. NCL.
MSOX. LUNR.
PNR. O.
CTMX.
LUNR. KGC. NOS, OFIX, West Northwest,
VMAR, VMAR,
UEC, SAIH,
VMAR, VMAR, LCID, GSAT, Indy, SMCI, DJT, LICY, DJT, DJT,
ACCD,
DJT, Wolf, DJT, TOST, TOST, DJT, DJT. DJT. TOST. 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 SMCI. TOST. DJT. Indy.
Sond.
Sophie. Sophie. SMCI.
CISS.
STKS. Watch the spread. SMCI. PRCH. SMCI.
COCH.
SMCI.
TNYA.
TNYA.
CDLX. TNYA.
TNYA.
Envoy Medical receives another European
LKCO.
patent for a modular cochlear
TNYA.
implant system. That's Charlie Oscar.
TNYA.
Hotel.
Hey guys, just visiting a property that I made money on that I didn't have to
TNYA.
wholesale, fix and flip, or buy.
TNYA.
TNYA. TNYA.
All right, guys, we got 3 minutes
TNYA.
left. 3 minutes.
TNYA.
GSAT. TNYA. B.
We're not going to day trade right now.
GEHC.
Close to the opening bell. We might get too much craziness after the open.
VMAR. SMCI.
CREG.
SMCI. CELU.
GSIW.
GSIW.
GSIW. GSIW.
GSIW.
Here's the
SMCI.
opening bell, guys. We will see.
VMAR.
GSIW.
VMAR. VMAR.
TSLA.
The 1 minute monster up here.
FIVN. Watch the spread.
TVTX. TVTX.
Indy.
Look at that volume surge here, guys. All right, so here's the opening bell.
PRCH. Indy.
PRCH.
Indy. Indy.
TIVC. GLMD.
Honestly, my little 1
Indy.
minute monster.
Indy.
SKYT.
What's a good daily amount to make trading profit wise? You mean percentages or what? All right, there's the opening bell.
PRCH.
All right, so look at the support and resistance level.
PRCH.
We hit this resistance level. Let's see if we can break over it. The SPY ripping up now. Let's put the NVDA chart up maybe. Again, NVIDIA at 149s, 148s.
Farm.
Big surge in volume, guys. Big surge. It is the open, so I would just be very, very, very careful, though. And just be smart here.
Less than a minute now to the U.S. market open.
Look at this big green
TVTX.
surge. Wow. Look at that move. Palantir up big. NASDAQ up big. S&P E-mini up big. Dow up big. Right, where's the
GSAT.
Dow up? Let me see. Dow is down. It's a 1 minute chart. Yeah, it is. So Dow is down.
TVTX.
Weird. So the Dow flushing. I'm not sure why.
Good. ULST.
Exxon.
VLY.
Watch the
Wanted to
spread.
short my resistance level. Look at that
TRSO.
resistance level. And look how well. Look at that. Honestly, bro. Basic support
EXFY.
resistance can be some of the most powerful tools.
RDFN,
Basic support
RDFN.
resistance. Look at that thing. Even if it ends up
DCGO.
exactly right. Look at my level here. You're welcome.
PSTX. EXFY. EXFY.
Northeast.
We touched exactly
EXFY.
to the T. Look at that. I'm never going to shut up about it as well.
RIVN, VMAR, VLNK, SIVN,
Still trying to push up. We're going to wait and let that opening bell. Chill.
PRCH.
NMR, CHSN,
EXFY.
EXW, WBTN, RIVN, PRCH, RIVN,
PRCH.
RIVN,
PRCH.
PRCH, PRSO, PRCH,
PRCH.
EVH,
Dow Jones Industrial Average up
PRCH.
37.50
Back
up
up
to
to
the
that
S&P 500
Big spread.
7.70, NASDAQ down
How's that resistance level
9.81.
determined? Previous confirmations. That's what I used for it.
AAOI.
But again,
Big
like
spread.
we touched it, we came right back up though. Look at this. We just broke it. Maybe that means it'll hold
PRCH.
resistance here. Or maybe that means if we flush back underneath
AAOI.
it, maybe it means it'll hold support if we
Indy.
open up.
AAOI,
I gotta
Indy,
wait. It's too early since the opening bell still, to be honest.
NCL,
Indy.
STIVC,
Honestly, I got this 1 minute monster on TradingView. You want to see this? Look at this. So here's the E-mini.
PACB,
Indy.
I'm gonna
KIOC,
put this 1 minute monster that I built up on this one.
Indy.
Check it out.
VST,
NCL,
NCL, MCW, TNYA, Wolf,
Look at that signal.
NCL,
Coming up at
NCL,
consumer sentiment
NCL,
71 to consensus.
NCL,
Look
At
that.
11 Feds, Bowman will be
TNYA.
speaking
NCL,
at noon. He
Eric.
declares
NCL,
the
TNYA.
At 1 p.m., the Baker Hughes U.S.
Oh, that's
rig
the 1
count.
minute monster.
MRVI.
Look at
PRCH.
that one worked.
AGL, AGL,
Look at
IAG,
that one. Literally
MRVI,
called the bottom of this range. Wow. I gotta keep testing this. one, too. Look at that. Bounce.
Sony, ACHR,
I gotta keep testing
ACHR,
it. Look at this
Sony,
bullish action one.
Sony,
I haven't seen a red one, but I guess
ACHR,
understandably so.
AAOI,
Oh, here's a few red ones. Those ones.
MBI.
Honestly, I gotta keep testing this thing, man.
AAOI,
I gotta keep
MBI.
testing it. I got a 1 minute monster. I got a 5 minute monster. I
Open,
got a couple little
AAOI,
ones that I've programmed here and built.
AAOI,
So
PRCH.
CXW, DVAC,
flushing all the way underneath this
CXW,
level here.
AAOI, CMPO, ADMA,
Alright, we're buying this up now. This is a challenge account, guys. We're gonna switch to our
AAOI.
IONQ,
CMPO, PACB,
PACB.
IRN, IRN, ADMA,
Took some off already.
RNG.
SMR,
Took some more.
SMR,
ARKG.
ACHR,
TSLA,
SMR, Wolf, ADMA, DVS,
CONL.
Look at that. Too big of a candle wick for us not to freaking fill. You know what I mean? That's way too big of a candle wick.
IONQ,
CONL.
Come back down, hold the rest.
PRCH.
AAOI, CXW,
I'm gonna go to get out the rest of it.
PXYZ.
Not too shabby.
Watch the
man.
spread.
We're up about 4 cents.
PRCH.
SMR, AAOI,
I love buying these huge candle wicks, bro.
CONL.
Everybody, like, again, I've gotten these wrong in the past.
DXYZ.
I've gotten these wrong
Big
in the
spread.
past.
CXW.
Now when I see a big
spread.
especially if
CONL.
CVI,
CVI.
DXYZ.
Big spread.
I see this all the time, all the freaking time. It doesn't. It's not perfect. It usually happens on a
TNYA.
1 minute chart. It's not really
CXW.
on a 5 minute
Big
chart.
spread.
It's not gonna happen.
CELU,
On a
CELU,
5 minute chart, it works very good.
CELU.
CMPO,
Open.
CMPO, GSAD,
I'm not sure
S&P
why.
500
Why.
reaching an
DXYZ.
CXW,
Watch the
today
spread.
record high.
TIVC, TSLA, TSLA,
CELU,
TIVC,
TMPO, TSLL,
CXW,
Shares of Tesla.
TSLL,
PACB,
Shares of Tesla popping here.
LCID,
302.4 Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
VLY, XPEV, Brothers,
Tesla
SMR,
shares up
SMR,
about 1 3/4% now.
DOCS,
TIVC,
VLY,
VLY, AGL,
TACB,
TIVC, Open,
DOCS,
MGNI, TSLL, OCGN, Brothers, ADMA, CXW,
DOCS,
IONQ,
Now I'm
TIVC, INOD,
GCT,
TSLT, CXW, INOD,
PRCH,
IONQ,
UPST,
IONQ,
Great nickname, bro. I'm gonna start calling you that. Change your name.
TIVC, TIVC, DOCS,
GCT,
TSLT,
PRCH,
AGL, CXW, CMPO, XPEV,
DOCS,
All right, guys, we got 20
Big spread,
now.
RGTI,
DOCS,
RGTI,
PRQR,
TSLT,
This. I know it's kind of risky, but
IONQ, UPST,
PRCH, PRCH,
PRCH, OCGN, IAGR, PRCH,
PRCH,
IAG,
PRCH,
TIVC, IONQ,
NVIDIA
TIVC, IONQ,
PRQR, Indy,
IONQ, ADMA, CMPO,
VMAR,
IONQ, IONQ,
TSLY, PXFY,
TSLL, TSLT, OCGN,
TSLY,
CMPO, VLY, HLY,
XPOF, Big spread,
VLY, INOD, TSMX, SMR,
INOD, XPOF,
Sony,
Big spread,
OFIX, IONQ, MSTX,
It's definitely a risky trade here.
CONL, RGTI,
XPOF,
We're trying to get funded.
watch the spread,
So, like, I'm gonna take the risk. We might
CHRS,
lose, and it's okay if we do.
or
All right, do not copy me. This is a
VMAR,
challenge account. Do not take the same risk I'm taking.
XPOF,
INGN,
watch the spread, LICY, LICY,
LYW,
QBTS,
We gotta make our attempts.
XPOF, Big spread, INGN, Big spread,
TMCI getting a pop here to the high on relatively light volume.
XPOF,
Petroleum India.
Big spread, QBTS,
FLYW, HUMA, ASRT,
FLYW,
INOD,
CELU,
PRCH,
PRCH,
IONQ,
XPOF,
All right, we're out.
PRCH,
VST,
Trading these candles are good.
XPOF,
All right, guys, listen. We got 20 minutes
VMAR,
left before Michigan consumer data comes out.
NXLU,
XPOF, watch the spread,
GCTX, SMR, TSLL,
ICT, AAOI,
IAG,
XPOF, watch the spread,
QBTS,
VMAR,
DXO, Alto,
XPOF,
TSLR, Alto, DVAX,
DXYZ, Big spread,
EXFY,
EXFY, DXYZ, Big spread,
ADTN,
IONQ,
PSTX, AVPT,
DXYZ,
QYLD,
Big spread, PRCH,
HUMA,
DXYZ,
QMMM,
watch the spread,
PRTR, HUMA, ADMA,
PRCH,
Arlo, IONQ,
PRCH,
LTBR, SG, OKLO, UPST, BNED, QBTS,
GPRO,
TSLL, PRCH, SN,
PRCH,
ADMA, Alto,
ADMA,
MPW, EXFY, RGTI.
Alto.
RKLB. IAG.
VSTE.
Arlo.
PRCH.
LMND. ICT. TSLT.
MTNB. ICT.
SMRT. ACHR. OKLO. IUBT. DXC. GPRO.
ICT.
MPW.
IONQ.
TIVC. CMTS.
PYXS.
EXFY.
PYXS. MTNB.
RKLB.
QDEL.
IONQ.
Big spread.
Wolf.
ARI.
SMR.
U.
INOD. Sony.
TNYA.
INOD.
INOD.
ARHS.
Big spread.
UPST.
INOD.
INOD.
INOD. Big spread. INOD.
IRG. YIBO. HLLY. DETS.
INOD.
IVR. Oust.
INOD.
SG.
INOD. RGTI.
GLYT.
INOD. Big spread. MTNB. INOD. RGTI.
Wolf.
INOD. INOD.
IONQ.
RGTI.
RGTI. AOTX. INOD. ICT.
INOD. PRCH.
UPST.
INOD.
ICT.
MTNB.
G.
RGTI.
TTD. PYXS. CVM. IRBT.
Duo. GNPX. SMR.
QUBT.
SMR. ICT. SMR.
ACHR.
UPST. MNMD. ICT.
IRG. ICT. ICT.
ICT. PRCH. QUBT. SMR.
UPST.
ICT.
Wolf.
ICT.
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 AAOI. PRPH. CLPT. AMPX.
LUNR.
BGS. DETS.
LUNR.
LUNR.
PRCH.
CVM. ARHS.
PRCH. AXL.
IRBT. DH. ACHR.
PRCH. LICY. DXYZ. Big spread.
Sony.
DXYZ.
PYXS.
Watch the spread. DXYZ. Watch the spread. DXYZ.
AAOI.
Big spread.
LIPO. EMX.
DXYZ.
EXFY.
AXL.
CYN. GVR. INOD.
GB.
UPST. MNMD. DXYZ. AMPX.
DXYZ. Big spread.
WW. EB.
DXYZ.
PRCH. LUNR. FTRE. CRBU. ASRTWW. AMLX. LIPO. NOTV.
GB.
G. PRCH. LUNR. 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 LUNR.
LIPO.
LIPO.
DXYZ. Big spread.
DJTS. LUNR.
LIPO.
LUNR. FTRE. ACHR. ESRX. UPST. ACHR. ACHR. G. 9. NOTV. AMRX. NOTV. ACHR. ACHR. FTRE. ACHR.
LIPO.
SG. DH. AAOI. AAOI. PYXS.
LIPO. PRCH.
LMND. GV. GV. GV.
PRCH.
IONQ. GVX. AVPT. ADTN. GV.
G.
GV.
Big spread.
GV.
GB.
AVPT.
GB.
GV.
GB.
GV. GV.
GB.
UPST. LUNR. AVPT. G. EB.
GB.
SON. IONQ. FTRE.
GB.
IONQ. LTRE. IONQ. AVPT. ACHR. IONQ. IONQ. SACH. Oust. AVPT. IONQ. FOXO. IONQ. Sony.
PYXS.
IONQ. IONQ. FOXO. X-ray. EMX. AVPT.
QUBT.
ASAT. DGS. EMX.
SMR.
SG.
ICT.
ARQQ. CISS. ARQQ. ARHS.
VMAR.
IONQ. IONQ.
CMPL. SMR.
FOXO.
VMAR.
FOXO.
PRCH.
DXC. FOXO.
DXC.
IONQ.
IMNM.
FOXO. IONQ. DVAX. FTRE.
EBS.
FTRE. TGNX. DXC. TSLL.
DXC.
TSLL.
FTRE.
DVAX. LEU. Sony.
LEU.
IONQ. DXC.
Watch the spread.
QUBT.
DXC.
TSLL. TSLL.
LEU.
NCRL.
Big spread.
ACHR.
OFIX.
ACHR. ACHR. DVAX.
PRCH.
PGS.
OFIX.
TSLT. TSLL.
Big spread.
ACRS. ARQQ. CCCC. VLY. PEN. VLY. UPST. TSLL.
LCID.
TSLL. DXC. DXC. TSLL. DXYZ. PEN. RXRX.
DXYZ, Big Spread,
DXC, DXC,
DXC,
SACH, DJT,
DXYZ,
G, CMPO,
TNYA,
SON, RXRX, HLLY, DXC, TSLL, TVAX, XERS,
XERS,
BTDR, CMPO, CMPY, CMPO, CMPO,
VMAR,
MRVI,
ARI,
ACHR, ACHR, CONL, ACHR,
AZ, SBET,
CMPO, CMPO, EBS,
SBET,
Sony, BTDR, BTDR, BTDR,
AZ,
ABNB,
U,
DJT, EBS, Sony,
DJT,
RGTI, RXRX,
AZ,
IONQ, RXRX, IONQ,
GCT,
IONQ, IONQ, DJTWW, VLY,
DJT,
VLY, Oust, Coney, Coney,
VMAR,
Coney,
AZ,
DATS, Task, AAOI, AAOI,
AAOI, VMAR,
CMPO, SMR,
AAOI,
DATS, CMPO, 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 CMPO,
TESC,
BL,
LICY,
CDLX,
QUBT,
HLLY, HLLY, BGS,
SBET,
SBET,
PRCH,
BGS, GBRO, CMPO, Acre, AAOI, AAOI,
PRCH,
AAOI,
TESC,
TRM, AAOI, UPST, AAOI, IONQ,
TESC,
MRVI,
AAOI,
IONQ, DVAX, IONQ, IONQ,
TESC, Big Spread,
IONQ, 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 IONQ,
CELU,
FOXO, FOXO, BTDR, BTDR,
CELU,
TSLA Tesla hitting 306.72. Share is now up more
VMAR,
than 3% on Tesla TSLA.
AAOI,
TESC, Big Spread,
AAOI,
Indy,
AAOI, AAOI, AAOI,
AAOI,
ESTA,
CELU, LiPo,
IONQ,
BLND,
FOXO, 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 IONQ,
IONQ,
SMR, DTST, UPST,
QUBT, VMAR,
Acre,
SMR,
QUBT, CYLX, Acre,
CXW,
FOXO,
Big Spread,
FOXO,
QUBT,
AAOI, CONL,
DXYZ, Big Spread,
FOXO, FOXO, SMR,
Love,
FOXO, FOXO, AAOI, SMR,
AAOI,
FOXO, Coney,
DXYZ, Big Spread,
SMR,
Indy,
AAOI, AAOI, SMI,
AAOI,
TKNO, TKNO, SMR, SMR,
TKNO,
SMR, VLY, Sony,
DXYZ,
Radu,
TKNO,
Coney, HLLY,
IHRT,
Coney, SACH, AAOI, AAOI,
DXYZ,
CMPO,
IHRT, Indy,
QUBT, Coney,
DXYZ,
BTDR, UPLD, IONQ, Coney,
DXYZ,
IONQ, QUBT,
QUBT, DXYZ, DXYZ,
CGNQ, UPLD,
Coming up, Michigan
UPLD.
consumer
CMPO,
sentiment at 10 a.m.
EXFY.
Eastern Time,
Coney,
expecting
CMPO,
71.
NRGV,
Indy,
UPST,
GSAT,
ADXL, CMPO, Sony, ADXFY, Sony,
EXFY, CXW, Big spread.
SMR, Sony, EXFY,
DXYZ, EXFY,
GPRO, Coney,
CXW, Wolf,
ATYR, RRGB,
CXW,
BGS,
CLDI,
Sony, CONL,
CXW,
Sony, DXYZ,
Wolf, DXYZ, TMQ,
RRGT,
DXYZ,
Coney,
DXYZ, INOD,
QUBT, EXFY, Acre, EXFY, EXFY, Sony,
EXFY,
QDLX,
TMQ,
AMPX, QUBT, Coney,
EXFY,
LFMD, OPK,
LFMD,
Coney, Coney,
LICY,
NRGVC, CCCC,
LFMD,
GME, GME, GME,
PRCH,
GME, AMPX, RXRX, DXYZ, Sony,
CELU, PRCH,
Farm,
CELU,
GME, RMTI, GME,
DXYZ,
CDLX, GME, GME, GMK, HLLY, Sony, PRPH,
DXYZ,
GPRO, GME, GME, RMTI,
IONQ, DXYZ,
Sony, GV,
GV,
GVHR, ACHR,
GV,
GVHR,
GV,
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 GV Visionary Holdings resuming after a circuit breaker hold,
ARQQ,
spiking here. Golf Victor,
ACHR, BTDR, 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 IRBT, BTDR, NKTX, BTDR, Alt, OPK, TSL, AMLX,
and GV halted again on a circuit breaker.
BTDR,
Shares now
PRPH,
up 110%. That's Golf Victor.
ADTN, PRPH, ATYR, TKNO, TSLL, TSLL, TSL, LFMD, TSLL, TSL, QUBT, TSLL,
LICY,
TSLL, LFMD, TSLL,
SMR,
TSLL, TSLL, LFMD, TSLL,
LICY,
TSLL, TSLL, UMAC, TSLL,
LICY,
ADTN,
Coming up, Michigan
PRPH.
Consumer Sentiment, 71 the
ATYR.
consensus.
TSLL. TRPH. RGTI. TSLL. TSLL. TSLL.
RGTI.
TSLL. 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 PRPH.
$73 on Michigan
TSLL.
Consumer Sentiment versus
ARQQ.
71
LFMD.
consensus.
Wolf.
TSPL.
S&P futures now
HLLY.
popping
AAOI.
to the high, 6,060.
PRCH.
TSLL. TSLL.
AAOI.
LFMD.
AAOI.
TPVG. Farm.
TPVG.
TSLL. LFMD. ADTN. IRBT. TLS.
VMAR. VMAR.
ACHR. TSLL. TSLL. RXT.
FUBO.
LFMD.
Indy.
ADTN. LFMD. AMTX. Farm. Sony.
Indy. QBTS.
LFMD. LFMD. AMLX. HLLY. Sony. EB. TSRS. AMPX. Sony.
PRCH.
DRL. Sony. QDEL.
DXYZ. Big spread.
GFAI.
DXYZ. Big spread.
ARFMD.
QDEL.
QDEL.
Big spread. DXYZ.
QDEL. ARQQ.
NRGB.
QDEL.
VMAR.
TSLL. TSLL. Sony.
QDEL.
9. CRS.
9.
TSLT. TSLL. TSLT. XERS. TSLT. TSLL. TRCH.
DXYZ.
QBTS. HLLY.
DXYZ.
XERS. ZNTL.
DXYZ.
TSLT. IONQ. TSLT. IONQ. BTDR. TSLL. IONQ. IONQ. TSLL. Farm. Sony. Sony.
DXYZ.
TSLL. TSLT. IONQ. IONQ. TSLL. DXYZ.
DXYZ. DXYZ. Big spread.
TSLT. XERS. TSLL. XERS. IONQ plus. IRBT. XERS.
DXYZ. Big spread.
RGTI. Coney.
DXYZ.
XERS. Coney.
Big spread.
Son.
DXYZ.
GTR. GV. GPRO.
GPRO.
XERS. Wolf. ACRS.
ARBB.
NCPL. Coney. Coney. RRR.
EXFY. DXYZ. DXYZ. DXYZ.
DXYZ, Destiny Tech 100, getting another pop here, 2875. Delta X-ray
DXYZ.
Yankee Zulu.
GPRO.
Indy.
PRCH. NFL.
DXYZ.
SMR. GPRO.
PRCH.
Farm. RRR.
PRCH.
IHRT. CELU.
IHRT. CELU. CELU.
ZNTL. PRCH. PRCH.
FTRE.
ZNTL.
PRCH. DXYZ. DXYZ.
9.
CMPX.
9.
CMPX.
OPK. Root. 9. TEM. AZI.
DJT.
DJTWW.
DJT.
SBET. DJT.
FTRE. DJT. SBET. DJT. DJT.
PHUN. PHUN.
DJT.
PHUN. PHUN. PHUN.
Share is popping here on Trump Media, Delta Juliet Tango.
DJTWW. OPK. PHUN. PHUN. SPPL. X-ray. TEM. DJTWW.
DXYZ.
Also
Big
PHUN
spread.
Funware.
PHUN.
Moving.
WHLM.
FTRE. SBET.
DATS. AZI. INOD. INOD.
DJT. GSAT.
DJT
DATS.
shares halted on a
LICY.
circuit breaker.
DATS. DATS. CDLX. INOD.
Delta
INOD.
Juliet Tango.
DATS.
LICY. DATS.
DATS. NXL. TEM. DATS. 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 ORC.
DATS. GSAT.
INOD. DATS.
ELWS. Big
Trump
spread.
said, I have no intention of selling shares of Truth Social.
Indy. ELWS. Big spread.
CDLX. 9.
Lipo. DATS. ELWS.
AVXL. IEP. IEP.
DATS.
ZGN.
DXYZ.
Oust.
XELA.
Oust.
CTMX.
Oust.
ELWS. SBET. SMR.
PHUN. PHUN. NXL.
DATS.
PHUN.
UPST.
DATS. ACRS. INOD.
SBET.
DATS. PHUN. PHUN.
DATS.
PHUN.
SBET.
PHUN.
GB.
PHUN.
DATS.
PHUN.
GB.
INOD. INOD. PHUN. Wolf. PHUN.
INOD.
DATS. Wolf. CDLX. PHUN. DATS.
Donald
DATS.
Trump on
Wolf.
Truth Social
DATS.
said there are false,
Wolf.
there are fake, untrue, and probably illegal rumors and or statements made
DATS.
by perhaps market
ADTN.
manipulators or short
INOD.
sellers that I am interested in selling
GB.
shares of Truth. Those
GB.
rumors or statements are false. I have no intention of selling. That from Donald Trump,
GB.
from President-elect Trump.
GB.
Oust. Oust. IEP. Wolf. IEP.
VMAR.
UPLD. B. Oust. UPLD. Oust. UPLD. ZNTL. IEP. IEP. CDLX.
CLSK Clean Spark out with comments
PRCH.
a few minutes ago
CRBU.
regarding the trading halt imposed by the NASDAQ, said related to
UPST.
clerical warrant conversion error.
QDEL.
That's CLSK. Charlie
Or.
Lima
GB.
Sandy Kilo.
AVD.
GPRO.
INOD. AMLX.
IONQ. INOD. Big spread. PRCH.
STGW. ZNTL. IONQ.
INOD.
JT. Oust.
PRCH. GB.
GPRO.
PRCH.
GPRO. Oust. Wolf.
IONQ.
AMLX.
LICY.
AMLX. SBET.
DJT resuming.
DXYZ.
Share is popping again here. 30.
SBET.
31.
King.
GB. SBET.
IONQ plus. ARQT. ARQT. Wolf. NKTX. Northeast. Oust. King.
DJT.
PHUN. PHUN.
DJT.
PHUN.
DXYZ. Big spread.
DJT.
DJT.
IEP.
DXYZ. Big spread.
Oust.
DXYZ. Big spread.
Wolf. B.
DXYZ.
AVD.
DXYZ.
PHUN. AMLX. Oust.
DXYZ.
CDLX.
DXYZ.
ARQT. ARQT. FFWM. Northeast. Northeast. NEOV.
DXYZ.
ARQT. RRGB.
GB.
TSLT. DJT. CRBU. TSLT. TSLT.
GB.
TSLT. TSLT. TSLT.
GB.
ARQT. Oust. UPLD. TSLT.
GB.
DXYZ.
GB.
X-ray. ARQT. TSLT. TSLL. NXLT.
DXYZ.
Wolf. TSLT.
DXYZ.
TSLD. Wolf. TSLT. Wolf.
DXYZ.
TSLT.
GB.
Northeast. B.
GB.
Northeast.
DXYZ.
TSLT. TSLT. Northeast. Northeast. TSLL. TSLT. AVQR. AMLX. Wolf. TSLT. RRGB. CDLX, ONCT, AMLX, TSLX, IONQ, TSLT, TSLL, TRQR, X-ray,
GB,
ONCT, VRCA,
GB, CELU,
CYN, TSLL, TSLL,
DXYZ,
TSLL, DXYZ, HRCN, TSLL,
CELU,
TSLL, TSLL, TRQT,
DXYZ,
ONCT, Wolf,
GB, DXYZ,
DXYZ making new highs now.
GB,
ITRM,
3098.
King, Wolf, J, SG, North
GB.
Northeast,
Hate seeing ads? Here's how to get rid of them or get
GB.
paid to see them. Do you know how much of the content you see on
GB,
Want to make the switch to
GB.
Shopify?
Whoa.
Here's how to do it in a few easy steps. Sign up for a free trial
GB.
at shopify.com and
North Northeast, Wolf, 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 CDLX, Tact,
DJT,
King, King, ARQT, ARQT, Wolf, King,
DJT, Indie,
AVD, Wolf,
XERS, VMAR, VMAR,
PBPB, Or,
DATS,
VRCA, SGCA,
DATS,
CDLX, SON, AVD, CELU, 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 CELH,
CELU,
North Northeast, PRQR, PRCH, 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 CELU, CDLX, CDLX, PRQR, King,
Reuters reporting
CDLX,
telecoms among
GB.
targets and investor
GB.
PF's European
Zone.
expansion drive.
GB, GB,
AZRO, SRAD, SMXL,
AVXL,
GPRO, SRAD,
DXYZ,
SG, SMR plus, SMR plus,
GB, DXYZ, GB,
TSL,
GB,
TSLT, TSLT, TSLL, TSLT, TSLL,
DXYZ,
TSLL, TSL, ORC, TSL, TSLT,
DXYZ,
TSLT, TSLL,
DXYZ,
TSL, King,
DXYZ, Big Spread,
Rum,
GV,
King, King,
GV, DATS, PRCH,
King, King, GPRO,
DATS, PRCH,
King, King, AZI,
PRCH, Indy, GV, Indy,
V, King,
GV,
SAIH, SMR, SG, ORC,
VMAR, TNYA,
V,
TNYA, CMND,
OCCI,
CMND,
Alt, LNSR, LNSR, EFC, EFC, North Northeast, AVD, North Northeast,
GV,
EFC, Northeast, AMTX,
GV,
North Northeast,
GV,
GPRO, North Northeast, EFC, King, North Northeast, North Northeast, SMR, Northeast,
GV,
EFC, CYN,
GV,
SBET, Acre, ORC, LFMT, LFMT, B, SBET, North Northeast, B, SBET, North Northeast,
GV,
B, North Northeast, SBET,
GV,
WHLM, LFMT, King, AZI, SMR Plus, King,
GV, GV,
GPRO,
GV,
GPRO,
GV,
TSLL, TSLT, GV,
GV,
TSLT, TSLL, 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 CYN,
SMR,
SMR,
UPST,
LFMT, OCCI,
SMR, UPST,
TSLT, VRCA,
INOD, Traders Circulating Report from J
VRCA,
Capital Research
SMR,
on
AVD,
INOD.
TSL,
Said hidden grand jury DOJ investigation into inner data reveal.
UMAC,
Indy
TSLL,
November Oscar
VRCA,
Delta.
TSLL,
DXYZ,
TSLL,
Big Spread,
TSLL, VRCA, TSLL,
DXYZ,
North Northeast, North Northeast,
CELU,
B, TSLL, 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 AVD, B,
DXYZ,
B, 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 B,
LIPO, DXYZ. DXYZ.
B.
ICAD.
B.
Lipo.
B.
UPST.
TSLL.
Big spread.
B.
TSLA Tesla, more highs now, $314 on Tesla.
B.
TSLA AVD. ALAB. B.
UPST.
TSLL. UPST. GPRO.
Lipo.
NOX. B. King.
UPST. Lipo.
King.
UPST.
AUYE. CBIA. ADMA. ADMA. ADMA.
UPST.
VRCA.
Big spread.
GPRO. GPRO.
GB.
SMR.
GB.
AVD. VRCA. AUYE.
SMR. Wolf. NUKK.
GPRO.
Wolf.
GPRO. ADMA.
NUKK. Indy.
GPRO.
PRCH. Indy.
XERS. ADMA. HUT. ADMA. ADMA.
GB.
EXFY. EXFY. ADMA.
GB.
XERS. ITRM. TSLL. B.
Mogo.
CYN. XERS. OKLO.
VSME.
SG.
VSME.
XERS. XERS. AVD. NLY. AVD. SBET.
SBET.
SBET. EXFY. GPRO.
EXFY.
SBET. North Northeast.
North Northeast.
SBET. North Northeast.
North Northeast.
SBET.
VSME.
SBET.
North Northeast.
SBET. SBET.
GB.
STSG. North Northeast.
VSME. SBET. North
Mogo.
Northeast. VSME.
NEOV. VRCA. VRCA.
GB. GB.
DCGO. GPRO. DCGO. MTGN.
AAOI.
AUYE.
AAOI.
All.
DJT.
HUT.
CMND.
RIGL, ZVIA,
CMND,
OKLO, RIGL, AOI, RIGL,
GB,
AAOI, MNMD, AAOI,
IAG,
MNMD,
DXYZ, Big Spread,
MNMD,
MNMD, DXYZ,
BTDR, BTDR, Alt,
DXYZ,
HUD,
BTDR,
MNMD, Root,
DXYZ,
SPGC, STXS,
SMR,
SRAD, SMRWM, SMR plus BTDR,
SMR, DXYZ,
AVXL, CGN,
INOD, GB,
SRAD,
DXYZ, DXYZ, INOD, INOD,
CRBU, B,
DXYZ, INOD,
SG, MNMD,
INOD, Big Spread,
MNMD,
INOD, Big Spread, MNMD, INOD,
MNMD,
Big Spread,
TSLL, TSLL,
INOD,
TSLL,
Big Spread, INOD, Big Spread,
ELSE,
INOD, Big Spread,
OPI, TSLL, TSLL,
AMSC,
TSLL,
INOD,
ALX,
Big Spread, AMSC,
TSLL, TSLL,
INOD,
TSLL, 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 TSLL,
AMSC,
B,
AMSC,
BTDR, BTDR, AVXL, TSLL, PNNT, TSLL, TSLL,
AMSC, ULCC,
TSLL, ALEC, AMTX, B,
SBET,
AVXL,
AMSC,
B, RIGL, B,
SBET,
HUMA, HUMA, oust,
SBET, TVTX,
CRBU,
TVTX,
oust,
SBET,
oust, oust, SBET, SBET,
Oust,
Arlo,
SBET,
AMSC, HUMA,
ELWS,
SMRA,
TNYA,
PGY,
SBET,
SMR plus,
SBET,
NNOX,
SBET,
HUMA,
SBET,
OSUR,
SBET,
SBET, B, TSLL, SBET, TSLL, TSLL, TSL, oust, oust, TLS, SG, HUMA, AMTX, HUMA, STXS, Arlo, HUMA, TSLL, TSLL, OSUR, APYX,
AEYE,
PX,
Big Spread,
JBLU, AMSC, Alt,
AMSC, SBET, GSAT, AMPX,
NVRA,
INOD, INOD,
PGY,
INOD,
MTLS,
AMPX,
OPI, TSL, Alto, B, MTLS,
Alto,
TX, TSLL, MNMT, TSLL,
GNPX,
TSLL, SG, TSLL,
Tesla, more highs now, 319.44. Tango
AMSC.
Sandy Lima Alpha.
QXO, 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 DCGO, TSR, Alto, QXO,
AMSC,
MNMT,
Big Spread, Alto, TNYA, PRCH,
MNMT, PX, Alto, AMSC, MNMT,
AMSC, Big Spread,
HUMA, HUMA, AMSC,
AMSC,
ABAH,
GV, AMSC, GV,
SRADWM, ABAH, SAIH,
TNYA,
ORC, TH,
VMAR,
PGY, 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 VSTM, PGY, ATI,
TNYA, VSME, ARBB,
ATI,
TNYA, DXYZ, Big Spread, VSME, ATAI,
ADMA,
ATAI, DXYZ,
ADMA,
Big Spread,
ADMA,
VSME, ARBB,
PGY, PGY, ADMA, PGY, JBLU, JBLU, ACLX,
CELU,
ADMA,
CELU,
PGY, VSTL,
CELU,
PGY, PNNT, BLD,
ARBB,
AMSC,
GV,
AMSC,
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 HUMA,
AMSC,
BLD,
GV,
AVXL,
GV,
API,
AMSC,
HUMA,
AMSC,
HUMA, 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 ADMA,
API,
ADMA,
INOD,
HUMA, ADMA, ADMA, HUMA, HUMA, PX, AZI, AMSC, ESPR, ESPR, PGY, ATYR, QXO,
QXO, XERS,
AVXL, PGY,
ATYR, QXO, QXO, LICY,
RRGB,
QXO,
AHT, QXO,
VMAR, VMAR, GV,
SRAD, SRAD,
CELU, VMAR, VMAR,
AVXL, AGUMA, SPGC,
MNMD,
AHT, VSTM,
MNMD,
SRAD,
MNMD,
SRAD,
AAOI, VMAR, AAOI, VMAR, AAOI,
APYX, ESPR,
IONQ, AAOI,
ESPR, PX,
IONQ,
ASL,
MNMD,
CELU, BLD,
CELU, MNMD, CELU,
AVXL,
CELU,
AVXL,
CELU,
CRBU, VSTM, EGHT,
MNMD,
XERS,
PRCH,
ADV,
Paramount Plus, Max, and
AVXL,
more on YouTube.
Alto, MNMD, OSUR,
MNMD,
CELU,
CELU,
XERS, XERS, MNMD, AVD,
SBET,
MNMD,
DXYZ, Big Spread, SBET,
MNMD, MNMD, AVD,
CELU,
MNMD,
9, WKSP, MNMD,
HITI,
MNMD,
CELU,
CELU,
AVD,
CELU,
MITK, AVD,
HITI,
OCCI, HITI, HITI,
HITI,
SMWB, STXS,
Indy, OLPX, FELC.
OPI. FOXO. Alto.
AAOI.
RRGB.
API. DXYZ.
LCEN.
GV. DXYZ.
FOXO.
GV.
FOXO. SG.
DXYZ.
FOXO. FOXO.
API. DXYZ.
FOXO. 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 FOXO.
DXYZ.
MPW.
DXYZ.
AAOI.
PLAG.
SINA. MPW. AAOI. MPW. Alto. BTM. FOXO. FOXO. SG. AAOI.
Alto.
FOXO. AAOI. AAOI.
DXYZ. NCPL.
VOD. Alto. NNOX.
TILA. SBET. TILA. Indy. GV.
UMAC.
ITRM. VNRX.
MTLS. AAOI. FOXO. AMSC. AAOI. AAOI. SG.
GV.
AAOI.
CELU.
FOXO. FOXO.
CELU.
AAOI.
GV.
FOXO. AAOI.
CDTG.
AAOI. AAOI.
CELU.
FOXO. FOXO.
GV.
FOXO. FOXO.
NUVB.
AAOI. 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 NCCI.
DATS.
UMAC.
ERAS.
MTEN. AIV. AAOI. AAOI. AAOI.
RGTI. AAOI.
AAOI. Abridged.
GV.
FOXO. Abridged. Abridged.
AAOI. Indy. AMSC. LUNR. RGTI.
AMSC.
AMSC. Lind.
Sach.
AMSC.
FOXO.
SBET.
SRAD.
AMSC. Lind. GB. CONL.
AAOI.
SUGP.
AAOI. AAOI.
CONL.
AAOI. AAOI.
AAOI.
WEAV. NNOX.
GB.
NNOX. MPW.
CONL.
MPW.
PRCH. CELU.
AAOI. AAOI. AAOI.
Indy.
NNOX.
CELU.
AAOI.
Indy.
AAOI. 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 AAOI.
ARBB. SGMO.
RIGL.
AAOI.
AMSC. AAOI.
CRNT. AMSC. INOD. Big spread. EXFY.
NNOX. 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 Root.
DXYZ. Big spread.
NNOX. NNOX.
CELU.
NNOX. ARBB. ARBB.
CELU. ARBB.
MPW. ESPR. ESPR.
CELU.
RIGL. NVCT. RIGL.
Watch more live sports. All in one place. Get your favorite live sports on YouTube TV.
ARBB.
Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
RIGL.
CLDI.
STB.
RIGL. CLDI. CLDI.
CGN. ZGN.
CLDI. CLDI. CLDI.
PBPB. PBPB. Root. MTLS. NVCT. NNOX. PBPB. DCGO. DCGO.
CLDI.
NNOX. Mamo. SACH. SACH.
CELU.
LYTS. TKN.
B. PRCH.
MITK.
B. CELU. B.
NNOX. NNOX.
AMCX. GPRO. GPRO. NDRA. Big spread.
TH.
GPRO.
ESPR.
CELU.
AMSC. SKYQ. OPI. OPI.
OPI.
AAOI. AAOI.
IMXI. GV. IMXI.
RIGL. 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 RIGL.
DXYZ. TSLT. DXYZ.
APYX. AMSC.
TSLL.
MTEN.
RGTI. DXYZ. DXYZ. Big spread. DXYZ.
RIGL. RIGL.
EXFY. DXYZ.
RIGL. RIGL. AAOI. APYX.
DXYZ. Big spread.
MTEN. MI.
DXYZ.
FOXO.
DXYZ.
FOXO.
Big spread. DXYZ. Big spread. DXYZ. Big spread.
FOXO.
FOXO. DXYZ.
SMCI. SACH.
Watch college football
AAOI.
all season
BLD.
long,
AAOI.
on a variety of networks.
AAOI.
Game-winning features. On YouTube TV.
CVGI.
Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
AAOI. AHT. AAOI. AAOI.
AAOI.
AAOI. MI. SMR.
ARBB. API.
FOXO.
FOXO. API. 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 OPI.
HITI. OCCI.
NATO members say deployment of
GV.
North Korean troops is dangerous expansion of support for Russia's war against the Ukraine.
GV.
TH.
GV.
APYX.
INOD. Big spread. FOXO. FOXO. NXL.